Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I noticed only like after I was finished with Amnesia yesterday that I had both the desktop audio and the game audio inputs on. So no wonder the game was kind of loud on the stream, but apparently no one complained about it, so I think it was fine. I've been having a nice slow morning. We finished up quite late yesterday. I wanted to be asleep or in bed earlier, but you know, amnesia happened. Hello, I was actually thinking of getting this game, but I might just watch this stream. Apparently, I have only the base game, right? I have only the free base game, but it has like expansion packs and DLCs that might be worth exploring. Those cost money, understandably. I'm just playing the normal version, and we tried to begin the game on Monday, right? But what happened was like VTube Studio was having a lot of problems, technical issues, so I had to stop streaming. We just got the first chapter starting, and then we had to end it. So today I'm trying to play through the childhood, and we'll see how fast we are and how things go. If everything goes fine, then maybe we might actually continue to like young adolescents. Yeah, I'm gonna make myself a little bit smaller, so you can see the text a little bit better maybe. How is your day going, Cardsuit? I said I've been having a slow morning. I also treated myself. I went to Lidl in the morning and bought myself a pretzel. Think about that. I ate a pretzel for breakfast. Also some grapes and some juice and pig candy. So that was very nice. I usually eat like porridge that is like that's been made or boiled or whatever, prepared a bit too hastily. So it was nice to eat a little special weekend breakfast. I woke up like 2 hours ago or something. Pretty good. I just had some first. Yeah. It's nice. What did you eat? I made myself again my de-stressing tea. Bought some milk for it too. Delicious. Oh boy, I'm feeling nice. I'm feeling good. I'm having a good day. It's lovely. It's lovely because the week has been so rough. It's nice to have a good day. I mean, it can turn itself around. It can turn into a horrible evening, but the morning has been nice for me. I just ate some bread and cheese. It's simple, but I like it a lot. I mean, people eat it for a reason, right? People eat it for a reason. Alright, so last time what happened was we got to know our future boyfriend's dad. And we went to some hill and we met our future boyfriend as a child. That is a weird summary, but anyway, so we are in the middle of emotional conversation where we ended. It's a little awkward to go back to it. I woke up at 8 AM, which is pretty good. That is very good, yeah. I think I first woke up at 10, and then at 11, so a little late. Anyway, let's pick up from the emotional like scene. You haven't missed really anything that much. Yeah, we start with a crying face. Isn't that promising for a future romance? The contrast. I've been having a good chill morning, eating my pretzel and all, and here I am opening the game and they are having like some horrible sad scene going on, crying. This is, and it's nighttime. What is this contrast of feels? Okay, let's get this quickly done and dealt with so we can go for the happy times. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his... Oh right, he's crying because they moved in So this kid moved into the neighborhood, right? And his parents got divorced, and he feels like his parents don't want him. Like either of his parents would want him. The father is struggling quite a lot. Also, the main character has two moms. We have two moms, and I think that's adorable. Anyway, so we are here on the hill talking to him, and this is like our first encounter, and his name is Cove. In the DLCs and expansion packs and stuff, there's more love interests, apparently. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. But those are dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him. And now we have a home here. And I want to... What? My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him. And now we have a house here. And I want to go home. Okay. I'm not feeling it, guys. Why does he have green hair? Is it just natural? Yeah. I think it's his natural hair. Unless he has been like, I don't know, maybe he's going through a phase, you know. But I mean, in like the game art on Steam page, he has green hair as an adult too. So I don't know. Maybe he never grew. Maybe it is natural. He even goes as far as to dye his eyebrows. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. Okay, at least the outburst is done now, because I'm way too chill for this. He sniffed and removed his glasses, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I feel at you. Okay, that was an at you, sorry. Oof. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. Okay, let's see. Stop crying. I don't think that is a good answer. You like it here? You just have to get used to it. Nah, that is shit thing to say. I'm sorry. Let's ask about the dad. I want to know about the dad, you know. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. Oh shit. I don't know children, apparently. I don't know. I don't understand children. It's been too long since I was... No. It's been too long since I was a child. No. I don't... Children are just people with less life experiences and a brain that is less developed yet. I'm not good with people, apparently. Who are you playing as? I just created a random character. This game is played in first person, so there's no really point in too much character customization. I don't remember the name of our character. It was something like what was it? Jeffrey or something? No. Like there's multiple name options. Like there's like also a name expansion pack apparently that is free, where they have voice acted the names into the game. But the free this base game had only one name with voice acting on it, so I took that name. But this is not a self-import. I don't remember them. I don't remember our name. To be honest, I feel like we are not the main character. This is gonna be like the kind of situation where you are the side character. Like the player is the side character, and this blue hair. I mean, he's blue hair. Of course, he's the main character. It must be hard for Cove, living here without his mom. But at least he still has a parent who cared about him. But from way off in the distance, I heard your parents. Jamie! That was close enough. I knew it was some name from Game of Thrones. It was either Joffrey or Jamie. Jamie Lannister. We are playing as Jamie Lannister, guys. That is right. We are Jamie Lannister as the person he could have been. We are what Jamie never was able to become. Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell me we're here.
I want to go home.
Back to that house. I want to go home. The voice lines are too quiet and the music is a little too loud. for us to hear them. So it's a little odd, but also I really dislike the fact that the voice lines, not the voice, the lines are sometimes partially voice acted. Like there's some kind of voice acting there, but it's not complete. Just like in Danganronpa or in for example, what else? But well, Danganronpa is the first thing that comes to my mind. Yeah, I can hear the music more than the voice. Yeah, let me actually see. There's the configuration. Let's see if this is. Oh, no wonder we don't hear the voice. Let's have the music like this. Okay, you can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It will be okay. Let's go with it will be okay. It annoys me a bit because I wish they just said the whole line rather than a bit of yeah. And when you stream and then you don't know when to speak it out loud too, it's like you are struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna be all fun, but isn't he your family too? It's gonna take me a while to get back to reading aloud, okay? It takes a little warm up. Yeah, I guess. And you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked forward to the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go. You waited silently with him. Let's go with that. That seems polite, you know, and he needs a little time to, like, you know, prepare himself. Do you hear the voice lines better now? Also, is the game a little too quiet? Should I put it up a little? Yeah, I get it. Why do you look so suspicious? Why do you suspect what I say? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad even closer than before. There you are, bud. The dad is kind of hot, though. The dad is kind of hot. I mean, like, look at that. The dad is kind of hot. Someone is giving hearts in the chat. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Our mom, oh my gosh, our moms are kind of hot. I know I shouldn't say this though, but our moms are kind of hot. Like, all the parents are kind of hot here. What is this? Oh my, maybe Freud's theories about children's sexual awakenings are correct. Maybe it all starts with the parents. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second. Faces filled with worry. You know there's the simulation, dating simulation of dads. I want this game developer to make a mom simulator, like a mom dating simulator for like queer people with these kind of moms. Man, I want that. Jamie, you're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove, and then heard what happened earlier when you met with the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. I cannot read. I can't read. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like this is such a big deal? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Let's go with the... Do we out Cove if we say this? Yeah, we are. Let's go with the we were just sitting in the grass. Thank God you're both fine. Don't sigh like that, Mom. Mom, stop sighing like that. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove. who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug. English! English! Isn't Englishing? My throat feels stuffy. You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing out his arms. Yes, I like him. I think I'm gonna marry. Oh boy! Coming strong. Okay, guys, we are on a mission here, though. We are on a mission. I started this game fully prepared to romance the shit out of that guy, so you know that's smiling slightly. Oh, that's wonderful. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cope's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Pick the blue option, yes. Good thing Jamie knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should get going. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
At least he was able to say that himself. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. He watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. No, I don't think my eyes would be in the pink cast. My eyes would be in the bright turquoise hair he has. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. Who's Lizzie? Oh, alright, we have a sister, right? We have a sister. Oh no, don't tell me the sister is also hot. How does that sound? It sounds like words. What is that? What is that response? You nodded, ducking your head down. Let's go with sure. Can I show him my stuff? Let's go with that.
Of course.
Oh, that S came very strongly. On shrimp. That S hurt my ears. Then okay. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to the bed, after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in later steps. I wished we could choose our feelings towards people in real life too. This is Jamie. This is Jamie Lannister as the person he... Shit! I should have made him look different. Can I change my look? I can't. Fuck, why didn't I realize this earlier? We could have made a Jamie Lannister into the game for realsies. Instead we have like this... Not Jamie looking. Jamie, whatever. We can skip the icon we created. We can skip the character we created. And instead go with, you know, idea of like blonde Jamie Lannister, right? Why does the mom with red hair smile like that? We are gonna go with crush. We are crushing. Oh my gosh, look at that. Direct, relaxed, nervous, crush, fond. Let's go with fondness. We are not yet into the crush, right? Although we did say we are okay. We did say we are gonna marry him, so we are gonna go with the crush. We are love. Okay, let's go with crush. We are on a mission here, Jamie. We are on a mission. We are on a mission, man. Childlike affection. Start playing step 1 using the crush interest level. Oh shit, this game is gonna have so many Steam achievements. Holy shit, actually I need to check this. I want to check this. How many Steam achievements are there available for this game? Oh, only 22. Shit. The next morning you finished your breakfast so fast that you got a tummy ache. Oh shit. Your sister Lizzie had to run out earlier to go play, but you'd stay put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cole was coming over to hang out too. Yay! Oh my gosh. The moms are so hot. And they're even closer to us now. Although mom on the right seems a little too smiley. I don't know, that's a little creepy if she just, you know, she's blinking but her mouth stays like that. It's a little uncanny valley feeling I have here. Excited to see our new friend again, Jamie. I'm excited, nervous. Start playing step 1, 2 or 3 using the nervous comfort level. I didn't though. If you were going to get married, it made sense to be around it. Oh, we are actually gonna go with this, okay. Did you guys have like strong childhood crushes as a kid? Because when I was a kid I didn't crush on anyone. So I don't know, is this normal for kids to think like, yes, we are gonna get married and then it becomes a mission? Is this a child thing? Do children do this? I don't know. When I was a child, I was like repulsed by the idea of love. Like when I was a kid, I remember when I was like 4 and I made like a vow. I made like a dare of like 20 euros or something with my brother, like, I'm never gonna get married. I'm never gonna get a boyfriend or something like that. And I actually went with that line until I was like maybe 13. And I watched like this show, TV show, I don't know, I don't remember the name of it, but it was like these 3 witch sisters. And one of them was called Prue. And Prue was very hot. And at the same time I befriended like this girl with the blonde hair and all. And I had a mad crush on her, and then I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. And during that time when I was like 12 or whatever, maybe 11, my father took me to a pride parade. He was like my journey towards self-identification began with my father being like, hey, let's go watch this rainbow parade. And I was like, what is this rainbow parade? I used to think love was disgusting, yeah. But then Prue and my friend happened, and I was like, oh shit. And I was like, I want to go back. I don't want to feel these feelings. I don't want to be crushing on anyone. I'm the person who is always alone. I'm gonna be a lone wolf. I'm gonna live on an island alone, doing like remote like doing work from home, so I don't have to meet anyone. I'll just live with animals. That was like my dream. Yeah, I'm not still really fond of the idea of romance though. And there is a reason why I quitted with both my exes. There is a reason why I purposely go for the negative riz. Still, but yeah, it was Prue and my friend. But yeah, like I've heard like some people had like weird like kindergarten like crushes and stuff like that. It sounds wild. Then when I went to middle school, I started watching romance shows and my friends had crushes, so I kind of got into it a bit, but not too much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was Prue, and I don't know if there was anyone after, but I did have like I was struggling a lot with mental health issues, so I was also like kind of drawn to the idea I could meet someone like me. Like, I watched like some movies and stuff like that with, those broken teens, those sad teens in the corner. I was like, oh, that person could understand me and I could understand them, and we could heal together and I wouldn't be alone. We could be there for each other. And that was kind of something I did think like would be fun, but of course that doesn't happen in real life because there's no one like that. It's fictional work for a reason. It's a fictional character because it's fictional. It's not based on reality in a strong sense. But I actually made a very wise decision in middle school, because I did realize that I was having a lot of problems. I was having a lot of problems in friendships in general. Like I don't have a period of time in my life where I would have like easy with creating friendships. Like I've struggled with it since kindergarten, like making friends and keeping them and stuff like that. So I was like, me going to a romance sounds bad. And it doesn't make sense. Like, who dates when they're a child. No one. Okay, actually people do, but I was like, I won't. And then high school is a bad idea too, because everyone is like very lost in high school, right? So I was like, I'm not dating in high school. And then I was like, okay, what about like uni life, college life, getting into work life? I was like, that is the worst time, because you might end up somewhere completely different, right? There's no point in like trying to form long-term relationships until you have like a settled life situation, or you are settled in like, I want to do these things for many years now. So I made like a vow to myself, like I will not be dating throughout these periods of time, and I will not start dating a person unless I am mentally healthy enough. And I actually, well, there was a few slip-ups, but I actually was able to keep a hold of those like promises or rules I made for myself, and I think that was pretty smart. I'm actually very proud of myself on this one. Most of my crushes were fictional. Yeah. Oh my gosh, like, yeah. One of my big crushes at one point for a moment was Chloe Price, the problematic person. Like, the older you get, the less you like her, but you know, at one point she was like my crush, fictional crush. Yeah. Yeah, for a long time I also thought that I would only be able to crush on girls, but then I think, when was it? Like maybe after I graduated high school, maybe around those times I started to consider the possibility of like going for other people too, like other than non-binary and girls. And yeah, eventually one of my exes ended up being a cis guy. But the reason I was able to like him was because he was like very flamboyant and like very comfortable and like expressive and playful and stuff like that, you know. But like for a long time I thought I could only like girls. It's really weird. Anyway, I'm like seeing relationships happen around me. I have been very I've been actually very proud of myself for being smart enough as a kid to make like these principles around like get healthier first, and first build up friendships. And that is still like a principle I go with. Like I focus on building friendships so I can like have healthy social life. And then if something develops into romance, that is fine, but like I don't want to make a romance some kind of like a obsessive goal. Also, it doesn't make sense because, for example, like why would I go into a relationship right now if I'm like leaving, for example, Finland in like 4 or 5 years? Like, what is the point of developing feelings for someone and then just leaving? Pamelani. Yeah, the moms are great. Okay, maybe I should play the game. If you were going to get married, it makes sense to be around each other.
How sweet.
Is that just the sweetest thing? I bet the two of them are going to be great playmates.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? I feel like now the voice acting is a little too loud. I don't know, the configuration of sound is a little weird. Yeah. With all the exasperation an 8-year-old can muster, you looked at your empty cereal bowl. That mom. I think the exasperation an 8-year-old can muster is greater than an adult.
Okay.
Okay attitude, kid. We see. So mom is the one on right and mommy is the one on left. Okay. Which one do you guys like the more? I think I like... Wait, which one was which? Mommy was the one on right. Fuck. I like the left one better. I like the left one better. I don't know. I think she's really nice. Cleanup began, and then on cue there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Jamie, could you get it? I like the left one better too. Left one more than right one scares me. The right one, okay, yeah, I think the smile is a little obnoxious. Like she's blinking and all. Like if you covered her mouth, it would be fine. But you see her mouth and just like it stays still in this a bit too wide of a grin, you know. I don't know. You practically leapt out of your chair on the way to the door. Oh my gosh! Actually, this reminds me. Oh, I was going through like my child. I had like this one. The smile is a bit uncanny. Yeah, it gives uncanny valley. There was like this box. There is this like metal box I was going through 2 days ago to like remove stuff from there that was like unnecessary. It's like all this stuff from my early childhood. And there was like this one letter. I think it was like a birthday card or something. One of my friends had written to me. And this is like, you know, kindergarten time. And it said, "I love you, Ryuki." It actually said like, "I love you, Ryuki." And I was like, holy shit. I was like, what does this mean? Did someone have a childhood crush on me? And then I went to look this person up on Instagram and I phoned their account, and they're actually attending the same university as me right now. And I was like, for a moment I was like, it would be funny to meet this person and see where they have come in their life, you know. It would be interesting. It's a little awkward that mommy is at a 3 out of 4 view, but mom is drawn in front view. Maybe that's weird. And oh, true. Maybe. Anyway, that was like heartwarming. That was so cute. You know, sometimes you're like, what about all these people from like early childhood? Like, where are they now? I was very close to like sending them like a follow request and like to go there to their DMs, this childhood person, but you know, I didn't do it. Maybe I'll do it one day. The dad is pretty tall, dang. Yeah, and the dad is hot. all of these parents are so good looking. What the fuck? Hey, last family, thank you for having us. Oh, that's our last name. Oh, I was like, last family. What? That is a little weird way to call us. Mr. Holden. Oh, his name is Holden because you gotta hold them. Keep your hold on them. Shit. As your moms have called him and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room. English, and when he wasn't crying. I mean, yeah, that is a big difference from crying face to non-crying face. With his dad standing in front of him and mom and mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see the interesting new boy again, you smiled at Cove. Cove returned it shyly. Ooh, okay, you twisted the threaded bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the crystal bead bracelet on your wrist. What is the... The other one is yellow, the other one is blue. Like, what is the difference? You twisted the flower bead bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the shell bracelet on your wrist. I'm gonna go with threaded bracelet. No, we are Jaime Lannister. Crystal bead. Okay, no. I like threaded bracelets the best. I used to have so many bracelets. I went through a phase of like 5-6 years of just wearing so many like bracelets, like all kinds. And I didn't see my wrists like bare ever because I also most of them were waterproof, so I just had them in shower too. And I had this one bracelet I got when I was 7, and I wore it until it broke. And it broke like when I was maybe 19. So I had like 12 years in my left wrist, or right wrist. That was also, I remember when it broke, it was heartbreaking because then my wrist was not the same anymore. Nowadays I don't really wear anything else except for earrings. Do you want to see my room? Okay.
Take care.
What was that? Okay, what was the voice line? How was it delivered? What was the delivery? Let us know if you need anything, you too. Have fun, kids.
See you.
Why is Dad winking at us? Dad, don't wink. The dad is trying to steal all the players' hearts with that wink. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. I still really like bracelets, but I only wear one. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if I should go back to that. There are some very cool, like, I was thinking like some, you know, fantasy-related bracelets made of like fake leather or something, but those are so expensive. Those are kind of expensive, but it would be nice to go to something like that, for example. Another thing is like rings on fingers. Like there's some cool designs, like dragon designs and stuff like that. I've been thinking of maybe getting some in the future when I have money for it. Maybe. But I'm not a fashionista, so I don't know, maybe I'm not able to pull it off. It doesn't matter though, I'll just do what I want. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. You know guys, I wanted to have, on the left you see like this kind of like a couch bed thing. My friends had exactly this kind of thing. The blonde girl I had, wow, Ryūki. The blonde friend of mine I had a crush on when I was like 12, 13, she had a bed like that and it was like extendable, so we were able to sleep like together. It was really cute. I really much wanted a bed like that, but my room was too small. Oh man. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I love this. Oh, I like this, sorry. I like this. Let's go with thank you. You're welcome. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around. One thing is, I'm proud of some of my like thumbnails, right? But I can't share them with my friends, because then they would be like, why are you drawing yourself with a grey skin? That's weird. Why are you drawing yourself? Like, what are these self-portraits you're making? And then I would have to explain to them that I stream, and that would be embarrassing, so I can't really share any of my art I make nowadays to my friends, because I don't draw anything outside of thumbnails nowadays. And thumbnails also, like, I don't draw them that properly all the time, because, you know, I don't want to spend like 20 hours on a thumbnail. Same, I don't usually wear anything fancy. Yeah. After Japan though, I do wear more clean clothes. Like, I've gotten rid of some like actually way too shabby clothes and like clothes with holes and stuff like that. And then I got like a few clothing items that are like in Japanese standards normal. And then I come here and I feel overdressed most of the time. I went on a long tangent about this yesterday during Amnesia stream. I'm not gonna do it again. Maybe I'll clip it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. He felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You hoped he liked it. You always hope they like your room, right? You always hope they like your room. You had put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. Let's unshrimp. I also don't wear crop tops. I just don't like them. Yeah. I mean, crop tops, like, on other people, they look so nice. Like, in a way, if I ever end up in a like long-term relationship, let's say like after maybe in 6-7 years, I really hope it's a girl who wears like feminine clothing. Because I think a lot of feminine clothing looks really nice. I don't want to wear it myself because it feels weird and traumatizing. My friends also would have to bleach their eyes each time. That is what they have told me, that every time I'm trying like, guys, imagine me in Anime Beach episode, and they're like, no, Ryuki, no, that is diabolical. No, don't do it. So it would be better if I had a relationship with a feminine girl. who I could buy the stuff to, and she could wear it, and then I could just look at it all day. I mean, it would be really nice. And crop tops is like one of those things. Like, I would love to. I love seeing my friends wear them, but I don't know, me myself. I also don't like wearing dresses unless I have to go to some party. Yeah. Yeah. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you had collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. Yeah. Gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Also, I really appreciate they have actually like child-sounding voice actor for the few words he says. I mean, I think it's understandable they won't be having like full voice acting for these, but like, it's nice that the voice he has is actually a child's voice. Oh, Shiloh is coming over. Shiloh, with my sister's friend. He wants to, arrival. Do I have to see him? Oh my god, our sister's friend, is he a love rival? Do we have to fight for Cove? I mean, I already have some points on my end. You know, I have already won so many points, there's no threat to me. Some Shiloh, who cares about a Shiloh? It'll be okay, I think. Yeah, I found the shell in a log, and we pulled out the seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one, and holding them up against the light. They were look at him looking at us. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Your voice faltered a little bit, but you kept going as best as you can. Let's go with the middle one. I'm not gonna be that dry. I don't wanna be that dry person who starts like listing scientific names. It's more engaging to go with stories around the items. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shelves themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Yeah, this is how you should teach about these things. Like, instead of going through, like, for example, like categories of items, you should build context around them, right? That's how you teach people, and that you know memorize the things, but also that's how you can engage in conversation. Like, it's not just one-sided thing. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells. Why is it such a hard word to pronounce? Seashell. Shells. And after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. But in Danganronpa, if there's some special scene, the voices say the whole line. I wonder if this game does the same too. Maybe if there's gonna be like some special moments. We shall see. We are only in the beginning of the game, and it's 45 minutes, but I've been yapping too much. I think I'm just having a generally good day, so I guess it's all thanks to that. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated folks. For some reason, it was making our cheeks feel warm. You had never felt like this around someone before. It was kind of weird. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I wanna keep looking at them. Great. Bust it open. We can keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. Why did we have... The Shiloh guy is not even here yet. Why did we have to go downstairs? Is it the same as, like, you know, sometimes parents might be like, hey, come to eat, and it's still 15 minutes until the food is ready, you know? It's the same kind of disappointment and annoyance. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh, you hadn't... Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. I like a different one best, I can show it to you. Let's say you can take it. This is how we win his heart, and Shiloh cannot come between us. Because now Cole will have something to look at every day on his, like, I don't know, table in his room, and he will remember us instead of Shiloh. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Mm-hmm, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. You insisted. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. What? It was a battle you couldn't win, not at least today. Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of bead findings. English? Why is it so hard to read in English? Beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. You knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. I don't know if I can. This isn't a good idea. I'm sorry, there's nowhere to go. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it, scrambling to think of something to say. Stepped forward and paused. He's so terrified of meeting Shiloh that he's ready to fucking jump out the window. He's gonna jump out of the fucking window. I mean, I can get that. I have thought about the same situation multiple times to get away from annoying social situations, but I'll come with you. They'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the... I feel kind of bad for Shiloh though. I mean, Shiloh did nothing wrong, but here we are. You looked up to see that Cove was already taking off away from the house. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, but neither were you. The only true answer. Cove, I'm coming! You ran as fast as your legs would take you, grass whipping around your ankles as you did so. Cautiously, Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know, somewhere else. I just don't want to see... Oh god, Shiloh found us. You looked back and saw Shiloh huffing down the hill after you. The backpack he clutched, pouching all her... Oh no! I kinda feel bad for Shiloh. I feel bad for him. Where are you going? What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind.
Hi.
Oh no, Shiloh seems really annoying. He's way too enthusiastic. He's way too happy. Are you Cove?
Yeah.
I'm Shiloh. Okay. Yep. Are we going back? Are you gonna play outside? Shiloh's eyes moved between you and Cove. The smile remained strong on his face. It got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you had been running away. Inside, we left the box on the floor. Yeah, I want to check. I hope mommy didn't move them.
Okay.
Oh, I feel so bad for Shiloh, but at least Shiloh is oblivious. With Shiloh trailing behind, me and Cove headed back toward the house. Okay, but Shiloh is no way a match for Cove. He has no chance. We have already smitten Cove. Cove is already interested in us. This Shiloh guy, he's no match for us. The plan for the afternoon, at least so far, as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. You held out a recent find to Cove, a scallop shell that had washed up on shore. It's a pretty color, kinda like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool. Or Shiloh is such a yes man. I guess. Not sure how to deal with the sudden more awkward silence. You looked back at your shells. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cole wasn't like your sister. He wasn't much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach. Probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I wanna go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Jamie? The park is fun. Park is pretty great.
Yeah.
It's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do and lots of sand. Well, this reminds me of parks in my childhood. I don't know if this is. I think I would make the assumption that all kids around the world have named their parks. Like the area I grew up in, we had like maybe 2 or 3 parks that people frequently went to. One of them was like a carrot park, and the only reason apparently for it to be called the carrot park was next to a library was because apparently once upon a time there was like a carrot sign on the fence. And then the other one was like called like a forest park. But it wasn't like forest park, it was like this I don't know, if you could make like a nickname for the word forest, that would be like what we called it. And then it would always be like you would like go to your friend and be like, do you want to go to carrot or the forest? And then we would have like a little bit of a disagreement of which park to go to. But this brings back like childhood memories, this game. And it's right at beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? Why is Cove staring at us into your eyes? I don't know, I never really wanted to see her. I just wanted to check the park. I never really wanted to see her, ouch. Originally I had a park near my house and would even find my friends sometimes at the park, but then once I moved to a different country we didn't really have any parks near us. How was it to change countries very, very young? Was it like at the vulnerable age where you had just established friendships and then you had to start all over again? Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. English, I promise you guys, I'll try my best to read in a way that is not staggering. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. Oh, why is it so hard to read in English? I don't understand myself. This is so odd. There's something wrong with my brain, I bet. When you phoned her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hi, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Jamie! Shiloh! Hi! She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Co was here. It was nice to have someone who stuck with you. Who's that? Oh, is that our sister? She seems like she has a personality. It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. I don't think there's too many kids in this area, to be honest. I was still in elementary and trying to still be in contact with my old friends because I didn't want to make new ones. What does Lizzie look like she could be sassy? Yeah, it's her posture. Hydration. So, how did it go? Trying to still be in contact with old friends? It's like you always make the promises, but the chances of keeping in touch or like successfully maintaining the friendships is, it's really challenging, isn't it? Like one of my friends, she didn't even like change like countries. She only like changed the school, but we like stopped contact altogether, unfortunately. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Co whispered in your ear, quiet enough that the others wouldn't overhear. I thought kids couldn't own places like parks or hills. Why is Co looking smug like that? You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Oh, I like doing that. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. Oh yeah, Lizzie is she definitely has like that, I don't know, sass and domineering, like, I don't know, role. I could only connect with one of them, and we would call sometimes, but we had different time zones, so it was hard to, but like after 3 years we stopped calling and texting, and I made new friends. Yeah, I think that's the usual story. Were you like against the idea of moving to a new country, or were you like excited about it? When I was a kid, I really wanted to like go and move somewhere else, and when my parents, like at one point there was like a suggestion that we would go to Canada for a year or something, I was like, yeah, let's go, but we never went there. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie's the oldest by a lot. My mom said you're Jamie's age.
Yeah.
Well, sir, I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. Oh, she's like 10 or something. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. Yeah, I bet. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from other place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Comb's face, exactly. It's exactly how I'm feeling. I'm like, what?
Oh.
I visited a couple times before we actually moved there, and most of my family was there, so I was excited. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like a happy move instead of like, you know, a tragedy of having to be like being taken away from where you wanna be. On shrimp. For a second it looked like he might cry again, but something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Oh god, what the fuck, Lizzie? Lizzie has some traumatizing memory of grandparents without kids. Why, we haven't done anything? Stop saying stuff like that, you're gonna upset him. He interjected quickly, hoping Ko wouldn't start crying again. He sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Ko down, but Ko wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. Oh no. I met Lizzie and Jamie in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down at the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Ko. Oh no, I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Ko was, at something else entirely. You didn't really know. But she laughed, face crunching up.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was kind of different than everyone else because they all spoke a different language in that country and I only knew English at the time. But quickly, they could all speak English now. Yeah. I bet it's an odd situation to move countries when you speak fluent English. I have some friends who have moved to Finland as adults, and like one of them has lived here for maybe 3-4 years now. He still cannot utter like any sentences in Finnish. He knows like maybe thank you, but when I asked him, I was trying to ask him like, hey, how do you say you're welcome in Finnish? He was like, he didn't know. It's so odd. It's so odd. But yeah, a lot of people, like a lot of kids learn English quickly. Like I think I was good enough in English to speak somewhat, like have some conversations. I think I was like 12 when I kind of hit that phase. Although I'm like the kind of person who for whom it takes a long time to get comfortable speaking. Like I just read and listen. I just don't speak. I think that also applies to Finnish, even though it's my first language. Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Ko was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch and the beach were. Looking back on it years later, you would realize that you'd had a tiny crush on him right away. Oh, one that had made you want to spend as much time with him as you did. Of course, that was only the start of things. Ooh, what are all these moments select? Let's start with. Do I have to go through these in order, or can I go with like whatever? Okay, so this is like, okay, this is the structure of the game. So we have like the beginning of the childhood or adolescence or young adults or adults. And then we have moments we can explore. And if we don't want to explore, then we can just go for, and then summer ended. Okay, let's start with shopping. We get little glimpses to the childhood. Come back before it gets dark. Alright, sport? The familiar noise, the familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Ko waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. I mean, he could be paying for therapy, so Cove will be a friend with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you had made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, and his dad. In turn, Cove shuffled his feet in pace as you got closer. Jamie, hi.
How's it going?
Why do you voice like this so weirdly? Good to see you again. What excitement are you up for today, Jamie? What excitement are you up to today, Jamie? Nothing. Well, I was looking at the snail. That sounds like an exciting thing. You towed the pavement in front of you. It would be nice to tell them about the snail you found, but you didn't know if they like snails. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the pill. Folding the pills? Folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. It does. You weren't sure about that. You know, Ko was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him?
Yeah.
You can come. You immediately grinned at the idea. You hadn't been sure if you'd see Cove today, and now he was inviting you somewhere. Ooh, this day couldn't get much better. Is it weird? Is it weird to try to romance two kids? I think it's a little weird. Like, you know, some like I've heard of situations where parents are like, "Oh, you will become a couple in the future when you grow up," or something like that. Is that a little weird? It's a little weird, isn't it? It's a little weird. Maybe I should stop. But then again, I'm like a god in this game. I'm like a god who knows what is gonna happen and just wants to make these pawns go to that direction, so it's not really entirely comparable. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your moms only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. You leaned in to pass crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. It's something for your friend too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Is his dad gonna, like, teach Cove all the charismatic tips and tricks so that then later on we will become flustered because Cove has, like, upped his game? I'm looking forward to what kind of person Cove grows up to being, you know? Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued by the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and he fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of air, scent of salt in ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. Oh, I always walked like on streets, sometimes when there's like tiles. I always had some kind of mind game about it, like I need to step onto certain ones, I need to step in, like I need to step equal amount in the middle of a tile with both of my like legs, like feet. So 2 times on right leg and 2 times with left leg, and it would be like it would be very weird. And then I got very irritated if I wasn't able to even it out, like the count of steps, and if I like stepped on like between tiles, it was like horrible, like my day would be ruined for a while. Every time I see a child doing a similar kind of thing with tiles, I feel like this warmth, like, oh, you too, you kid too, I understand that. You take me back to my old to my old days of doing that too. It resulted in you having to run up to the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cobb threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. He was like, what a weirdo. What do you usually do on the beach? Lots of things. I like bodyboarding and volleyball and surfing and everything and stuff. The idea of standing on a big board while the waves propelled you toward the shore was mystifying. I'm not allowed to surf. It looks hard. But once you get the hang of it, I could show you sometime. But I'm not supposed to surf right now, because I have this. He lifted up one arm, showing off the glaring pink cast wrapped around his wrist. Yeah, that's so sad for him. Cove still smiled though. You thought his nonchalant attitude towards the injury was pretty brave. Why is it brave though? It's just an injury. I also like collecting stuff that's on the shore. Shells and sand dollars. I found a shark tooth once. You did? Oh, stretched out his forefinger and thumb. It was this long. That was somehow both scary and delightful. No way! I mean it. I still have it under my bed. You'd have to remember to ask him to show it to you sometime.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I like looking at fish. I mean, I feel like Jamie would be the kind of person to say that. He likes looking at snails too. They don't like me, so they always swim away if I get close. But they're pretty before that. Cool. Starfish are fun. They aren't going anywhere, even if you touch them. A small laugh escaped you. That's true. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. I don't know, there's no one there though. No longer it's just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day. Okay. I'm not feeling the music. I'm not feeling the music at all. The call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside the cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now, too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. It was alright. I don't really like those kind of places, but I'm a people pleaser for the game. I wanna nail it with Cove, okay? I wanna have the perfect chances, okay? So I need to be at least alright. I need to be on the neutral with my opinions, in case, you know, he might have a different opinion. There was a lot going on, but it beats staying at home and doing nothing at all. You was sure that you and Cove could find something to fill the day if you looked around a bit. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that he couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed at the large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with the large colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Amazing Alexander. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander" in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? That's a good question. It's really weird. Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. You bit your lip, reluctantly staring to follow after Cove again. You continued looking over your shoulder, however, wanting to see as much as you could before you got too far away. Hey! Not watching where you were going proved a bad idea as you bumped right into Cove. Oh, sorry. Did you want to stay or something? It's okay. Oh, if it's okay. I thought we were just like not excited. I mean, I don't want to seem uncool in front of Cove. He briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to places. He could have said so. With that it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Is that how you say it? 4 of diamonds. To be fair, I don't actually know the 4 like sorts of cards in English. I know the names only in Finnish. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Tell me. This had to be going somewhere and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great! You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew it couldn't really have come out of your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow! Now you were really grateful he chose you. After that he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle... Cove is not impressed. Cove is not impressed. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Cove is just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. Let's go with this one, I don't know. Cove is just a mood killer here. You saw a magic trick and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it a worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. Yeah, let's have the music up a little bit. But not too much. The crowd started to clear some, and he noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. I picked up a kaleidoscope. Oh, you shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning in all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cole picked up one and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back to the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Are you having fun? He is not having... Oh, he is funny. Oh, he's having fun. He returned his smile, happy to hear it. I'm not having fun as a player, though. I think this is utterly boring. This is so boring, though. They're just walking in a touristy area by the beach and doing lame stuff. And with annoying music on the background. When Cobb moved towards some stalls nearby, you followed beside him. Those are cute. Those are actually looking cute. I like the crabs the most, and maybe then dolphin. Oh, the sharks are cute though. I don't know. My least favorite is the turtle. While Cobb looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were soon in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plague that read, "Handmade," standing proudly in front. Okay, there's a lot of different types, as we can see. I want the shark. Your hand stopped on the shark, a devious smirk filled with sharp teeth on its face. You weren't supposed to go near sharks in real life, but there was something about the shark you liked. And the fabric on its back was soft when you picked it up. Oh, it's great if the material is good. Like, I have like an hoodie, right? And I love wearing it, but sometimes it's too hot, so instead I just cuddle with it. Because it's so soft, it's like ideal material. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. Okay, that's a lot. $6 for a kid? That is a lot of money. It still is. Like $6, that's a lot of money. He didn't know much about money, but he thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You barely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. Are you sure? Kov took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. It's cool. You should get it. You were a little nervous, but happy with your purchase nonetheless. It was nice of Kov's dad to let Kov buy something for you too. After Kov paid... Wait, what is this look on Kov's face? I thought he was having fun. But he's looking as bored as me, and he's looking as cryptic as me, maybe. I don't know. This is bothering me. After Kov paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Kov hold up his new pail. What is a pail? Hey, Kov. Yeah? Thanks for getting me it. You're welcome. You hoped he really knew how much you appreciated it. What? You were going to thank him for the keychain again, but instead just shook your head, smiling. Kov returned to smile with a shy one on his own. Okay, this made the whole episode much better. But this feels like the beach episode, you know? I don't really like beach episodes. I don't know if anyone likes them. They're just a meme, probably. Kov looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light crow. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all of this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. That is a good decision. I also ate a pretzel for the breakfast today. Cobb got something sweet and cinnamony, and you? Oh, cinnamon is great. Sprinkles? What is sprinkle? Oh, right. Oh, right. I got the same. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed you a pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. Pretzel, though, are we talking about the same thing? I'm talking about the one that starts with B. Pretzel. Are we talking about the same thing? Yes, we are. I guess they make those like with cinnamon flavor. Your moms didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. The little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. How much does that cost though? Like, I don't know. I would imagine that like a special flavored pretzel would also be like 4 or 5 euros, right? On an empty table close enough to the peach, that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out of the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cole placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing a pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tucked the balloon dolphin out of Cole's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
Cole bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. Children. They are children. They are children. After watching his balloon trundle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Could you help me too? I can't tie it on my own wrist. He repeated the ritual. Ko struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around the other. But the action made you feel strangely happy. You couldn't look him in the eyes.
Okay.
The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked up out over to the sea, over the ocean. English. After a time you finished your pretzel. You were done with the cove. You were done. Fucking hell, I'll drink. I'll fucking drink. I'll fucking drink, okay? It shouldn't be this hard reading. I don't know what is wrong with me, you know? After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. I'm bored. I'm so fucking bored. Why did we do this memory thing? I mean, it was cute when we got the shark. We could have just had that happen and then, like, you know, move on. Let's save, by the way, just in case. You pulled on the string on your balloon and to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the peach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. Okay, that's kind of endearing. That is kind of cute. Merryweather. Isn't Merryweather like one of those streamers? Merryweather. Isn't Merryweather like a VTuber? Yeah. Oh, it's with Y. Okay. Okay. My name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Let's go with that. That sounds like an interesting story. When no one is looking, she transforms back into her true alien self. She has purple skin and 10 eyes. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real-life alien. What's yours? Cole considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting the free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. No! No! Oh no! For a second, all Cole did was gape in shock, like you. His cheeks puffed up, squinting in his eyes. And you saw tears start to glisten. No, not the dolphin. That is so sad. Jamie. You offered to give Cove your balloon. Don't cry. You quickly pulled the knot around your wrist loose, passed your balloon over to Cove. It wasn't the same color, but you hoped Cove would accept it anyway. Here, you can have this one. Cove sniffled, a lone tear running down his cheek. No, I don't want to take yours from you. Then we're sharing. It's your turn to hold it. Really? Yeah, it's okay. Cove accepted the balloon delicately, probably to make sure this one didn't pop like the other. That is so sad. It's so sad. Thanks, Jamie. Seeing him like that felt much better than keeping the dolphin for yourself. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. Okay, now we can have the music back up. It's quiet. It's like calm now, and I actually like this view better. It's not as bright. It's a lot of nature. It's a beautiful sunset. I like this better. This is nice. We could have just been I don't know, having a memory in the evening. You know, the whole day could have been just an evening. You know, like this. Much better. I don't know. Maybe it's just like some sensory overload thing. Possibly. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in his hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been great going around with Cove. You hope to do it again. No, I don't. Actually, I don't. But next time you wish nothing would happen to make him cry. Okay, we did the shopping now. Hello, Freaky Bob. Welcome to the stream. Cardsuit has been quiet for a while, so I don't know if Cardsuit is anymore in the stream. I feel like barfing, but there's no barf coming up. Okay. Well, the shopping was horrible. What would you expect there? It's shopping. Shopping is always horrible. So, you know, I do want to see these moments though, so we'll go through them. One sweltering summer day, you were in the living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you, along with Lizzie, to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for golf class that evening. Oh, she's playing golf? Her? Lizzie? Lizzie playing golf? That's like the least Lizzie-like sport for her to do. Golf? Are you serious? Who plays golf? You don't make your child play golf out of all the sports. The three of you had had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt like it was too warm for ending like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly a light came to Lizzie's big, brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. We don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why? Duh.
I said why, and it'll be fun. What do they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove. Lizzie, that is my future husband. Don't be like that.
What do you think?
Do you want to do it? I don't know. I mean, the title of this whole thing is grown-ups, so if we should go along with it. I'm not gonna be a yes man for Cove though. I wanna have a personality of my own. I bet we could come up with something. Let's go with I don't know. Please, Amy. When have I ever had a bad idea? Whenever we play with you. Oh no! Cove and Lizzie don't get along. Oh, that is so sad. I wasn't asking you. Oh, please get along, please. Okay, I'll stay. I hope this is as fun as you're promising it'll be. Lizzie looked at you deadly serious. It's the most exciting idea I've had all week. Okay, is that the most exciting? It must be Monday, guys. It has to be Monday. That's her most exciting idea she has, playing adults inside. Satisfied that neither of you were going to bail on her, Lizzie thought over the options while he watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you.
Okay.
I'm gonna be a professional golfer. Jamie, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. What the heck is this? There's other kinds of sports too.
Right?
It isn't the same. What do you think, Jamie? Don't those choices sound super cool? You wanna be that, huh? I don't know. I think Curve could be like a biologist or something like that. I don't know. This seems like a catastrophe. Like I have to go to the shops with my mom, so I have to leave soon. But I'm staying for now. Yeah. Like stay as long as you want or can, and you know, I'll understand. I don't know. None of those sports sound like fun. Why is Lizzie here? She's just... I don't know, this seems like... What is Log saying? There's other sports too. It really doesn't. Isn't there anything else we can be? Let's go with the question, you know, it opens directions for this. Lizzie stomped a foot on the ground. Nope. Come on, just decide already. Knowing Lizzie wouldn't let this go anytime soon, you sighed. Ko was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. He thought over the list of possibilities: beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, you'd prefer to play beach volleyball. If you couldn't spend the afternoon at the beach for real, then you might as well pretend you were there. I chose beach volleyball because I think Cove said that he likes playing by the beach. Like, we could still make this somehow fun for all of us, you know? You could even wear your swimsuit to make it seem more realistic, although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that now that she had you here. Yes, that was clearly the top option. I guess I'll be a volleyball player.
Alright!
What about you, Cove? I'll be a volleyball player with Jamie. Okay, what is that look on Cove's face? That's weird. It's like there's some kind of anticipation there. Okay, lying to have something common. Come on! You know, you gotta do these things sometimes. I'm gonna nail this game. I'm gonna win this game, okay? I'm gonna win. I'm gonna master this relationship, okay? Lizzie threw her hands in the air, making an annoyed sound. You guys can't be the same thing. That's not how it works. You didn't say that. The rule is picking from the list. You can't keep adding more. Lizzie looked at the two of you, then shook her head, resigned to losing this battle, but not the war. Fine, you're both volleyball players, but you're on the same team because there's only one. Lizzie's ponytail bobbed when she proudly stretched her arms wide. The Olympic team. What? We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his... Don't tell me there's actually Olympics of golf. Is golf an Olympic sport? Yes? No! No, there's nothing sporty about golf. There is nothing that makes golf worth to be in Olympics. Golf does not deserve it. Golf doesn't deserve to be even called a sport. It's leisurely pastime activity. It's a leisurely pastime activity. It's nothing else. That's all there is to golf. Golf is nothing. It doesn't deserve to be some fucking Olympic sport. What the fuck? People are just like going around walking and hitting a ball. Cove didn't seem all that impressed, yeah. That's really specific.
Rude.
That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back in front of the both of you, getting lost in their own imagination, in her own imagination. Why do these emojis remind me of Lizzie? I think those actually do fit. She's like a little bit of sass, a little bit of extroverted energy, a little bit of assertiveness. I won all gold medals and people are calling me the next Mikey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter if you know who she is, it's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Your team placed in at silver. It's more real if you're not all first place. I'm gonna go with silver's not bad, nice. Cove is so upset. Cove is like, I can't accept this. Silver? Look at his face. It may not be the first place, but he knew that silver medals were still really good to get at the Olympics. But it isn't gold.
Sorry.
Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way, it wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him, apparently, because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I don't know, I'm not enjoying this at all. Why are kids like this? This is weird. I don't know, I'm a people pleaser. I don't like conflict at all. It doesn't matter what age the people are having the conflict. It doesn't matter how big the conflict is. I don't like conflict. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like normal houses. Here with the street on it, right on the sand, by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would like to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes to Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. It's also like Lizzie is like at least 2-3 years older than us. She should be the bigger person here. Also, stretch up a little bit. You didn't give out a list of things. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? That is a good point Cove is making. Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing. That sounds like such a boring life, gotta say.
It's not fair.
Does anyone want noodles? Oh, noodles are great. But I'm gonna make like... I'm having like a I have like a treat day today. Like as I said earlier, like I ate nice breakfast, nice cheapish, expensive-ish breakfast of pretzel and grapes, and pecan cheese candy, and then I bought myself salad. Imagine that! I bought myself a salad, and I'll be mixing it with salsa and stuff like that. Soy protein stuff. It's like a cheap treat. I just want to eat food today. And that is what I chose this morning. But noodles are great. Noodles are great. It's just a little bit more of a hassle to make like complex food. Single and ready to mingle. Just not today. Oh wait, was that trying to be like Netflix and Adami? Kind of like a line? Single and ready to mingle. Just yeah, just not for like the next 5 years, I gotta say, right? Saying random stuff. I never say anything about the game. That is a bad habit. What were your childhood dreams of like how did you want to live as an adult when you were a child? My ideas were all over the place. Like I wanted like a bazillion different lives, so I couldn't like settle with one idea, and here I am, not having any direction in life. Like I remember watching like at some point a lot of those like survival movies, like where some child gets stranded on an island and then becomes like self-sufficient and stuff like that. I was like, I want to live like that. I wanna live like a person on an island alone and making friends with all the wild animals. But at the same time I was like, oh, I want to be a movie star. I want to act. I want to do theater. And I wanna live comfortably as an actor. It was like all kinds of dreams. I also wanted to be like a punk rock star, living like in this cramped apartment, because I'd seen like, you know, pictures of musicians live in like those cramped, small, messy places. I was like, I wanna live that life, live it like hard and on the edge, you know. And then at the same time I was like, I want to live on a farm with horses and lambs. So it was really a lot of different ideas. A princess hybrid. I want to be a princess, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a vet. You wanted to be all of those? I want to be a princess who was also a doctor and a vet. Oh man, that requires a lot of studying to do. Okay, let's see how our children's play is gonna go. How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling into fists at her sides. It is not impossible, but it's better than yours. Disagreements always seem to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. I am feeling like I'm stuck in the middle. I know what I actually want to be is a singer. You want to be a singer? You still do? Is there a certain kind of genre of music you want to like go to? But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought, I think being on the beach was cooler. Who wouldn't want to live on the beach? It'd be really great. You could have windows made from driftwood and seashell wind chimes. Somehow you agreeing with him made Cove look nervous. Nervous? He tried to ignore it by continuing his debate with Lizzie. Oh, he's looking flustered. He's looking flustered now. Because we want to share a future. I don't know. I haven't decided and I'm still a kid. Lol. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I don't know. By default, I just like... I make assumptions on the chat, like the age of the chat to be probably higher than it actually is, just to save my own like mental health a little bit. Don't tell me your age. You can swim whenever you want. if you live on the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything, says you. The two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable. Why is she flushed now? I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you'd said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Jamie, it's time to get ready to go.
You alright with that?
Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home, so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself, but...
Bye.
Jamie? Why are kids like this? Why are children like this? There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but he knew it wasn't you he was mad at. At least we know that. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to get along with my sister. We don't need my sister. We can live far away from her, on a beach, Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Huh? Worried, Mom turned to look at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? You told the truth. They were fighting, Cove and Lizzie, for the whole time. Mom's face. His sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both her hands on her hips. Elizabeth, I was exactly this kid, I was exactly this kid. Why would I if my sister is in the wrong, I will tell. I'm on Cove's side on this, I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was... No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. Game ideas. Poppy playtime. Yandere simulator. Lazy wardrobe. Doors. I have not played any of them, but I know Lazy's wardrobe and Poppy playtime. Both of them have been requested. Yandere simulator, I think someone asked about it once. I mean, I am interested. I've seen for some reason YouTube has been recommending Yandere simulator 2024 analysis videos for me, so maybe there is something to check up on that. I've seen I remember there was one point, maybe it was in 2015 or something, 2014, a lot of big YouTubers were playing it, and it was popular at the time, so I've seen few playthroughs. No one finished the game, they just checked it out. But that was long ago, so I don't know how it has changed or developed. But I could try it. I mean, why not? I don't lose anything out of that except for time and brain cells maybe. I don't know any Roblox games. I don't really know Roblox, but I can check it out. I need to check the Lazy's wardrobe. Like I said yesterday, I'm not sure if it's if the game is still accessible. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging her foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Oh, right. We better get a move on.
Let's go.
Noelani, where did you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you all out of the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. You picked your favorite song. It always made the car ride more fun. Like, I don't care about Lizzie. She was an asshole. She is an asshole, right? I don't care about her preferences. You chose the soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. I mean, I know the good. I know the right thing to do in someone's opinion would be to pick a song Lizzie likes, but I'm a sibling here, and I'm not a nice sibling. I'm not trying to win Lizzie over. Eventually Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. Okay, that wasn't good enough. That was good enough. You both knew all the words, and your mom even sang along too. Oh, is the song Let It Go? I remember there was a moment, like, there was a time when my cousins, I have very, very young cousins, they were playing Elsa and Anna all the time. I remember I met them during one Christmas and it was horrible. They woke up at like 6 AM. I had obviously gone to sleep like at 4 PM. They woke up at like 6 AM singing like all these princess songs, and it was fucking annoying. And I remember like laying there in the bed thinking like this is the last thing, like this is the last time I will go to any like family relative reunion thing overnight ever again. Like no and no, I would not do it again. Oh, this looks like a boring place. Is this like a golf field? Looks like it. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. Sounds like the most fucking boring thing ever, man. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell she really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. Let's actually stretch up a little bit. There's a good reminder. Also, let's have some hydration going on. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Not the Let It Go. No. I mean, it's a good karaoke song with friends, but otherwise, no. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting you hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all of this helped Lizzie to be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your seat, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke. The music doesn't fit this. The music should stop here. The music should like go like bah, away. You need to go now? Alright, it was lovely to have you here. I hope you have a good rest of the day. And thank you for saying hi in the chat. We need to cut the music off. If it's gonna be deadly silent, then there can't be music. No one spoke. Only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So?
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? Oh shit, Mom's using her whole name. You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. Of course I told on Lizzie. She was an asshole. Especially because I'm gonna be marrying Cove, of course, because I said on that. I made my mind, and I'm not taking my sister being an asshole, you know. I ain't accepting it. I ain't accepting it. You didn't regret it. You frowned to yourself, recalling how Cove had left in such a bad way. You wished that you could have done more for him. Hopefully, he would feel better by tomorrow. You wanted to hang out with him again. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the phone of Co's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. How does she remember their phone number? Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. Oh shit, that's a lot of pressure. The whole family is there, looking over Lizzie's shoulder. This is gonna be one of those core memories for Lizzie, where she's gonna reflect back to this, like, holy shit, that was like the most horrible experience of my life. I was mortified and I felt alone, and the whole family was like punishing me, watching over my shoulder. And I still hold grudges against Cove. I felt betrayed and I couldn't trust anyone anymore. But I also started to treat other people better, but my own self-perception dropped significantly, and I thought I was the worst person ever, and everyone was judging me. This is gonna be one of those like core memories for her. And it's all thanks to us. Mom reached over and pressed the button. Yes. The phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. I'll start over. The phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Let's see what kind of music we have here. It's too happy for this. This is dramatic. Lizzie is having a dramatic day. She's having a horrible, traumatic core memory going on. We can't have happy music on the background for that. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie laughed. What a surprise. But of course you can say hi to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Like, why would she though? She doesn't get along with Cove at all. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Nolani, Jamie and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. You said nothing to Cove said, no, we need to have good manners. You spoke up to say hello too. Hi. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about it when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Aww, now he's gonna be sad. But I mean, this is like a... Even though this might be like a little like a setback for the dad, and you know, he's concerned about the kid and stuff like that. Maybe Lizzie and Cove can mend their relationship here. Like, get it a little warmer, maybe. Hopefully. I hope Cove doesn't hate me after this. He chuckled lightly, yes. Anyway, it's good. You didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. I feel bad for the dad. He's a single dad. He just got divorced. His child is going through a rough patch. You know, he's in a new neighborhood too. He's concerned about his kids' well-being, but might have a little difficult relationship with the kid. You know, I want to go give him a hug. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far, because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
Jamie's on the other end, listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. I don't think I've ever been in a fight like this as a kid. Like, with a friend. Like, I don't know. There was never a time where I would have been, like, called in somewhere to apologize on someone, maybe. Maybe that could have been. I mean, I was a stubborn kid. Maybe something happened in kindergarten or something. I wonder. Oh, I don't remember. I don't have a core memory like this. I don't have a similar core memory Lizzie is gonna be having from today on. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. I mean, I would be too. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. I want gold, and I think James should win too. The parents must be like... The parents must laugh about this later. They'll get together at some serious situation. Maybe they will like run into each other at the store or something. They're gonna be laughing at this, right? Really? He thought you were worth gold even though you hadn't even wanted it? Lizzie was momentarily stunned silent by the demand. She probably forgot that had even happened already. Alright, we all win the gold. Okay. I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. He wondered if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. I mean, I would too. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time. The entire time, really. Okay, we can have the happy music back on. We are now all happy families, okay?
Yeah.
You can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say a goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Jamie. You perked up at the mention of your name? He smiled even if he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. He can hear the smile in your voice, Jamie, don't you worry. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left, since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what it's about. They were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Co might not get along, and probably still won't. But they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Oh, okay. The next moment is called Long Day. And I don't know. I have not been impressed by shopping or growing up. And I gotta say that both of those were long days. So if it's gonna be even longer than this, I don't know. Is it gonna be even longer than this? The whole grown-up episode took like 25 minutes or something, I don't know. Maybe that's a normal amount of time. Oh man, I'm so tired of this. I thought we would have like some endearing, like heartwarming children's play, but we only have like conflicts here. Can't we have like something wholesome? Okay, let me stretch my neck a little bit. It's so tight, it's also making talking a little uncomfortable. I don't know, like speaking English I use like I speak a little differently, like, you know, you form a little different sounds, you use a little different muscles for it, and it's in a little different place in the mouth, and it's really straining, and like my whole throat is tight, it's like so tight, and this is like normal for me, like problem, but it's like, it makes talking a little difficult. I tried to stretch a little. Okay, let's go for the long day. This is gonna be the most boring thing ever, probably. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. No. I only started drinking water in high school because I hated the taste of water. I still don't like water. I can only drink it. I hate cold water. For some reason it always has to be like a little warm. The best kind of water is like a water that has been sitting in the room for like a few days or something. I know that it's not like the most popular kind of water people drink, but everyone else had something on. So that afternoon it was just you and Silo. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Silo looked for you for all the answers. No, it made me feel frustrated. He was always wanting to hear what you thought instead of giving his own opinion, and expected you to come up with all the plans. It was hard work, especially for such a hot day. Why are we? I thought this was about me and Cove. Why am I having like memories with Shiloh? You drained yet another drink and thrown at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing, something sweet, something like a popsicle. A popsicle. You wanted something fruity and bright colored. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Relatable. Outside there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but there were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. I mean, that is how a store works. I guess Jamie is smart to understand that. You sighed. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't going to happen. What's wrong? I want a popsicle. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have any here and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Oh no, is it gonna be like, are we gonna be those kids who go to the store and just lay all the coins there, like, can we buy a popsicle? I know kids do that, right? They don't understand what they're having, like the money they have, and so they just lay it all there, and then they have to like pick some items up, and then they're like €1.25 short or something, and it's really annoying, and the line gets longer. I'm so happy I'm not working as a cashier. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins plus one stray button. No. Just over $1, he announced it to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh, oh no, is this gonna be like a whole day where we try to, like, find money? We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushion. Oh my gosh, what? This is exactly what you do when you end the night at nightclub. You go through these kind of small like you lift couch cushions and stuff like that, because there's always a little bit of money there left by customers. But this is your home. No one leaves money around like that. Right? Right? Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs. But every so often, one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pooling your finds. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. You figured he knew the answer without looking at you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow cancelled out any other feelings you might have had about it. Yeah! How much are popsicles? I feel like popsicles are surprisingly expensive. In Finland at least, but it is Finland, and there is also inflation. Could you get 2 popsicles with €2.50? Maybe. Maybe you could. Am I skeptical? Am I too skeptical? I'm gonna check this right now. I'm gonna look for popsicle from a cheap brand. Pirkka. What is a popsicle in Finnish? Mehuja. We call it, mehuja is like juice ice. So popsicles in Finnish are juice ice. Okay. How much are they? Oh, okay, they're surprisingly cheap. Holy shit. That is actually cheap. That's only 63 cents. Online. I don't know, in actual store they might sometimes put the prices up a little. Okay, so actually you would be able to get 2 popsicles with €2. That is positive. So the kids have something to eat during the summer. Yay. The two of you dashed out. Oh no, we are back to this area. This area. The promise of sugar buoyed you to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the trick. Okay. Sorry, but the music goes down. I seem to notice your pause. Are you getting a popsicle? Silo asked, as though he was entirely separate from the decision rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Silo cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. Are you sure it's okay? Really? Please, you bought the dessert you'd longed for. Sweet success. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You sucked on the fruity popsicle you'd bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly, and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You held it out to Silo, but he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
Yeah, that's gross. Like, if it was like any other type of ice cream, I could understand, but you don't share a popsicle. The same way you don't share a lollipop. Like the only person I would just, like share a lollipop with or a popsicle with is like, I don't know, someone I have like intimate relationship with, but ew, disgusting. Also, didn't you have enough money for 2 popsicles? He didn't want to have any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. You tried to include Silo. That's so disgusting though. You know, Silo said it was okay. Every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. That's more fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some, even more than I want to finish it. So eat your part. Relenting, Silo took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
Thank you.
He smiled, pleased with your good deed. This is such a boring event. We are just hanging out with Silo. The least interesting character. Maybe he thought it was gross and that's the real reason he didn't want to take some. Maybe that is the reason. I wouldn't be surprised. The 2 of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Silo didn't know how to say how he felt, or was too afraid to. He figured that was his problem and he didn't care. I kinda wanna go with this and like end the moment. But but I am also playing a game and I'm trying to engage with the contents. Are you scared of me? Silo opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way! But you don't tell me things, like what you want to do or what treat we should get. That's not because I'm scared. It's because you have better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, this was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true, and that he really did feel okay around you though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon and you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted 2 very familiar figures up ahead. Lizzie and Cove! You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them, just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. Again? Lizzie, what did you do this time? You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there you carefully asked about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Jamie, I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Oh, oh no. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sank. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean, old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie and Silo knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. Why though? It didn't matter if they were really nice, like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. I'm sorry, Lizzie, but you know, you have a bad reputation, okay? You don't have the cleanest record here.
No.
I'm just gonna stay away. You could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. I don't like that devilish glint. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. What is wrong with Lizzie though? What is wrong with Lizzie? That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Poor Cove. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Nebusamchi. We finally. This is the first time in the entire game we got a full-on voice-acted voice line, and it's that. We finally get a voice-acted line, a complete line until the end dot, and it's this fucking line, spoken by Lizzie. I'm upset. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? I'll do it. I don't know. Am I losing points in Cove's eyes? I don't know. Really? He took a deep breath and nodded. Lizzie squealed with delight. We'll go hide. Run as soon as you hit the bell. Good luck. Lizzie and Silo ran across the road to take shelter in the bushes. Even once they'd settled down, you could make out two child-sized shapes staring from between the leaves. Oh no! I think the elderly couple are in the right here. This is really annoying. I hope kids actually. And there was this one time I was just like minding my own business, walking home with like groceries. And there were like these kids up on the rocks. There's like this rock that like rose from the side of the road. And there were kids there, and they were actually throwing rocks at like bypasses. And they were throwing the rocks at me, and I was already having a bad day. I didn't say anything to them. I just walked straight forward and didn't pay them any mind. I was like, I'm not gonna entertain them, right? But they were actually throwing rocks, which can be very, very dangerous, right? I don't understand. Some kids are just like, it's the parents probably. It's the parents, but damn. Some of the kids are just like, yeah. I'm really annoying. You knew where to look for them, though. And so you told yourself that the crouchy old people wouldn't spot it. Cove sighed, his gaze flicking to the house and then back at you. He's not looking impressed, is he? I'm gonna drink up. Yeah, Cove is not impressed. Don't let them catch you, okay? Be careful. Is he worried about me? I'll be okay. Cove glanced back before he'd even reached the other side and stumbled his foot caught on the sidewalk. He straightened up and looked back to smile nervously at you before joining Lizzie and Shiloh in their hideaway. The weight of the 3 pairs of eyes on your back was heavier than anything you'd carried before as you approached the door. You hesitated as you reached for the doorbell. Then, if this is like the heaviest burden we have felt, 3 eyes on me, I'd say Jamie has had a pretty okay childhood. If this is the heaviest he's felt, if this is the most pressure Jamie has felt, he's had a pretty okay childhood, I gotta say. You rang it. You slapped the buzzer and ran. Blood thumped against your eardrums with every step. Would you make it in time? Approaching the hiding spot, you knew that there wasn't time to go around the bushes as the others had done. You took a shortcut, leaping over them. Or, to be more accurate, crashing into the tops of the bushes and then falling over to the other side. Cove quietly hissed at you. What? Cove quietly hissed as you unwittingly collided with him. But by the way his arms were out, it seemed he had intentionally tried to cushion your landing. Ooh, okay. Lizzie put a finger to her lips and nodded at the house. This music does not fit it. It's some fucking I don't know, wishy-washy song when we are doing like something really exciting, something that is the most exciting of the whole summer. I don't know. We are playing jests. You don't play a music. You don't play soundtrack like that at a time like that. You know. Lizzie put a finger to her lips and nodded at the house. You disentangled your limbs from Co's and spun around to see the old man framed in the doorway, peering back and forth suspiciously. You covered your mouth with your hands, but it wasn't enough to stifle your giggles. Maybe he spotted one of you, or maybe it was the leaves you displaced while jumping, but he locked eyes with the bush and stormed over in your direction. Shiloh gasped and looked to Lizzie. Run! Your sister did not hesitate to take her own advice, neither did Shiloh. You got up, but seeing Cove struggling to extract himself and stand up with just the one fully functional arm, gave him a hand, getting to his feet. It wasn't your intention to run still holding on to each other, but neither of you remembered to let go. Oh my, that is so cute. What kind of music? It's still the same music, man. It's still the same music. It's still the same music. The view is nice though. I really like this, like, it's getting dark, kind of, can you say musky atmosphere? I really like this. The old man's holders propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. Okay, now we have some more appropriate music here. We can listen to it a little bit. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough, and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting with Shiloh, who eagerly joined the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh. You'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that, and I don't mind. I don't really have any interest towards Shiloh. And it was fine, you thought. Shiloh would prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down, for the most part, and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals toward him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back at the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppy. Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You'd need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Holy shit, we have a lot of options here. What the fuck? We have so many options here. I don't know all of these flowers, but I like sunflowers. Yeah, those are nice too. They're bright and awesome. You match with them. I'm awesome? Yeah. Oh, the flushing, blushing. He stopped the conversation there, suddenly shy. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. I wish we have something like ambient music instead of like this upbeat background, like this upbeat like basic thing. Like instead something like more mellow that would fit, you know? You know what I talk about? Well, the game is free. The game is indie and it's free. Let's not judge it too hard. But like, you know, if you want to improve the game, then the soundtrack could be better. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds could be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw an alpaca. It's a fluffy alpaca in the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Can you see the alpaca? Cove joined you in glazing skywards.
Whoa.
It's more like a llama. Hey? You chuckled at your reaction. He chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's light faded from the sky, and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach during nighttime. I don't know, that sounds like a dangerous thing, like it's dark and you're outside and you're just kids. There was no arguing. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You wanted to go there too, apparently. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. I hope this has a happy ending. I don't want this to end up like with one of the kids drowning or something. That would be more interesting than anything that has been happening so far. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sand castles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked around on the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish. Cove is not impressed at all. I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It would hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Oh no, Shiloh, shut up. Me too, bubble baths are luxurious. Never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. No, you're not. You're too young for that, I think. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while, she's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. I don't know. I guess this is a nice little touch to Shiloh to add him some personality, because so far he's been just annoying. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Jamie. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry, I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just me. It's just my dad and me.
Sorry.
I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Kobo nodded. I'm not joking. I'm never doing jokes. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. That sounds like a diplomatic response, you know? Diplomacy skills. Cobb couldn't muster up a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, food still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You made a run for it. You were already too dirty and wet for comfort. Anything that happened there would feel as good as getting dry. You got out of the water before anyone could catch you again. Touching on a rock, you scraped the wet sand from your legs as you watched the others. No, you don't do that. When you have wet sand on your legs, you let them dry. Like you don't touch it because it just gets nasty and everywhere. You wait for the wet sand to become dry. The background music kind of pierces my eyes. It's a little too sharp. I have so many complaints about the background music, I'm sorry. The sand came away in thick clumps at first, like clay. The way it had been thinner, it had already dried and clung to your skin. Yeah, I don't know, don't touch it when it's wet. Kind of Lizzie were relentless, while Shiloh mostly just dodged. Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused him by falling face first onto the ground. But would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his— Is he actually drowning? Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy, are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Shiloh. Oh, come on. Let him get up by himself. No, we have to be a nice person for Cove to like us. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it, slowly stirred. Okay. Sorry, I know. Okay, I'll don't bother you two. Then he slipped onto slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low. But there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. Great. The four of you made the journey back home. Damp clothes may have weighted down some of the group, but the spirits were high. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. Oh, you're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the stage you were all in.
Now.
Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you, alright, because now she's full of sand and she's wet and it's gonna get everywhere in the apartment too. You know what I would do? I would ask her if there is like an inner yard or something. I would ask her to go there and get undressed there and then just pour some water on her already there and then take her straight to the shower. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy. Oh right, it's gonna be in the car, the sand. Oh no. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. Alright, because he has the cast. And it can't get wet, right? You always have to put it into those awkward plastic bags for showers. I think they could have found a little less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. Come on, mommy, don't be like that. Might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Curve, let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove to him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Holden seems like a very nice dad. Seems like a very nice person. Poe protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night. Oh my, Mom! Mom, why do you have such a nice soft voice? Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Last night. Okay, night, lost family, and Shiloh too. Okay, great. That's the end of the day.
Fine.
Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Okay, cool. Do we have to go through this whole thing? Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found. You waited in the hall until you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. That is understandable. At least they seem to have like this like stone or some kind of like a tiled floor, so it's easy to clean. I did have a sandwich. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Mrs. Fields had come to collect him a while ago. It was a bit of funny experiencing him without a hat for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go into the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. It was a no fun allowed clean-up session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. I think this is all unnecessary information, but it's fine. We got to know how the day ended. There's still sand castle and fireflies. Am I interested in sand castles? Then it's gonna be like the best episode. Okay, let's do it. Let's go over it. I feel like these are gonna be boring. Ko wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him and Silo set out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon. Not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering and blue. Another reminder of the places he couldn't go. From what you'd heard about Ko's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. The possibilities of what he might get up to made him anxious. He thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go into the sea. The town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. That is very like retrospective, I guess. Can you say that? Retrospective. Retrospective meaning. Looking back on or dealing with past events or situations. No, that's maybe it would be introspective then. That's like looking inwards. Considerable time examining one's own thoughts and feelings. Yeah, introspective maybe. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh.
You're gonna be able to do it soon? Cove only signed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids.
Yeah.
Well, mermaids are those are the best. I think mermaids are ultimately more interesting than vampires or anything like that. What could beat mermaids is like Pegasuses or unicorns for me, or dragon. No, okay, dragons are ultimately the best creatures out there. But mermaids are like, especially because ocean is so big, there could be anything there. Like there could be such a beautiful like aquatic realm going on we have no idea about. Yeah, I loved mermaid tales when I was a young kid. I think all of these answers are pretty bad. Mermaids aren't real. That's like a downer. I'm fine here on land. let's go with I'm fine here on land. Alright. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Cove turned back to the... Oh shit, I chose the wrong decision. Oh no. I chose the wrong answer there. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sand castle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. I don't know. The cast is gonna get like it's gonna be sand in the cast, right? It's gonna have like between the skin and it. I don't know. I would like have. That's embarrassing. Like some kind of glove or something like that to cover it up or something. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. But how do you do it then? Shallow's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little uncomfortable to have Co's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff.
Okay.
Put his hands back to his seashells and sat and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shallow focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. I have never actually made a sand castle. I don't remember making any. I always made like these tunnels to see if they would collapse or not. I've seen like the idea is always appealing, but then you go to the beach and then the sand is so difficult to like work on. I don't know. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger and add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Cool, this is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sand castle, you decided to make a mansion. A castle or a house? A castle, of course. That's the most interesting thing. You don't go to a beach to make a mansion. Mansions are boring by default. They are boring. There's like nothing to them. They're just ugly. Looking at the base of your sandcastle? Yes, you decided to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. He finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you'd built. That's like a dystopian world castle. That's not a fancy castle. That's not a European style castle. I thought it would be like a Victorian Victorian castle with carvings on it. Come on, Jamie, you can do better than that. It seems it got done so fast because they'd already searched around for extra decorations. Silo had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff and Cove had a lot of shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a... Ooh, green piece of sea glass. Sea glass is beautiful. I remember I was so excited about them when I was a kid. I had like these few pieces I had gotten from my friends as souvenirs, and then I was always looking at them. I think I have lost them. I probably don't have them anywhere anymore. It was the best fit for your castle, we decided. It was see-through and sparkly. Ooh. So you tucked it away somewhere secure inside, barely poking out to make sure it didn't get lost. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. Of course we look at Cove's sandcastle. I don't care about Shiloh, okay? The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. Oh yeah, that's gonna be so disgusting. That's so disgusting. The silence was then broken. What's on the top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
It's good, that's smart. You should be an architect. You'd be good at it, Shiloh. It just smiles. It doesn't care. Jimmy, can I see what you did? Sure. I'm gonna be so embarrassed now. I hope Cobb likes it. The casual build was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall halls, and even a little moat circling. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your mom's were the queens. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in a new conversation. Hey Jamie, what did you do? I made a castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy. Why? Why aren't you happy? You both built castles?
Yeah.
That's neat how you guys match. Ooh. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Oh, Shiloh is feeling left out. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everyone is their own man. A real individual. It's their own man. A real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Oh man, this child has some major self-confidence problems.
Why?
Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to make me make sand castles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. Hey, do you think what happened with your moms? When your moms met my dad, Jamie? You blinked, not expecting that question. That is true, I did not expect that. Why would he ask that out of nowhere? I wasn't there, they didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. Yeah, it does. Let's drink up, guys. You pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued.
Oh.
Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Jane's parents and my dad met the same day I met them. I'm gonna say what happened. What is this look on Cove's face? Is he unhappy now? Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. Could still feel he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. Oh yeah, he's feeling left out. That was kind of boring for him. So giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. I don't know. Honestly, I don't care. In real life, maybe I would be more considerate, but right now... I'm really interested though. But I don't want to be an asshole. I don't want to be an asshole. Well, we were just talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you, he can listen. Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked off. Oh no, don't tell me Shiloh is gonna cry. Cole continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that could fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. Why is Cove talking about it now? Maybe it's because we have been building like... Maybe because we have been building like castles, so you get to like, you're in your head and then you think about like living in that construction, maybe? It's still a little weird. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand and went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said, I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Combe nodded, then stared at you. He stared back. And you stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. What is the point of this though? Why are you telling me this? What do you want from me? Is that it? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Okay. Why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories. Let's go with thanks for telling me. I'm a little bit of people pleaser right now. I don't know. You're welcome. Even if not much happened, you weren't gonna complain about knowing the story. I mean, yeah, I'm interested about like how Cove experiences things, right? Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug on Cove's shoulders.
Well...
I was thinking about it because of the sand castle. It made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the beach first, before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Yay! Shiloh is uncomfortable and looks like crying. Why are you always turning so red? Even when nothing is happening. Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Okay, Cove is an asshole here. Cove is a little bit of an asshole here. He's very rude. Shadow's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't all it is. Perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad. He seemed almost panicked. What is the music we got here? It's the same, it's a happy music. Shiloh is going through the things. Shiloh is going through things, and we have like an upbeat music on the background. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but he soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody's named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
What? I thought this was going great. I thought this was gonna be like memory. We make castles and we bond over our castles and tell stories about mermaids or something, and now they're fighting again. Why are all the kids fighting with each other? I guess it's true, like, I remember watching some series where some adults, like, you know, reminisce their childhood in the countryside, and they were like, yeah, there weren't anyone to play with, so you couldn't even choose your friends. So even if you don't get along at all, they were the only friends you played with, so you're stuck with them. So I guess it applies here. Who asked you to come? It was probably just your dad bugging Jamie's family some more because you don't have anyone else who'll ever play with you. Holy shit, that's so rude. Cove blinked. Yeah, clearly he did. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to even mention. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd be upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too, I was just wondering. I suggest we move on. The day's gonna be over soon. Oh, Jamie, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. We all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shallow's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy hadn't blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the bridge to take him home. The least you tried to do something to resolve it. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though it seemed like hell. What? I can't read. At least you tried to do something to resolve it. I didn't though, I just said, let's make more sandcastles, and that doesn't help it at all. And it seemed like help it didn't though. Everyone's moods was odd, you know? It's unresolved conflict. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cove was wavering, it stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your houses. You followed him as he made his way out of the sand. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. What are you thinking? The prospect of asking made you nervous, but you did it anyway. Hey, is everything okay?
Oh.
Oh, I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why did Shiloh act like that? And I said he was all red and a lot. I think, I don't know. He was just being a baby. I think... Hello, Freaky Bob, welcome back. I'd say he gets embarrassed. Embarrassed, but I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway. I guess I can get it, why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, Jamie, was Silo telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. I guess we get something out of this episode. You know, I'm just looking for bonding moments with Cove, right? I just want to know Cove better and have good memories with him. So that's why I'm like putting up with all this shit. So I guess we go to the meat of the story here. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. I mean, I didn't take the money. I know it, like, I could say that, but then he's gonna draw conclusions about like, oh, so you're only hanging out with me because my dad offered money, and also it might like make their relationship sour, right? Like maybe Cove can learn about this truth later in life when he's already like more, he's older and more secure. Let's go with the first one. Cove's shoulders relaxed. I hadn't even noticed that he had tensed up. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyway, I didn't think you were pretending. I just wanted to make sure it was okay. It's all.
Thanks.
Thanks for telling me. Oh no, we lied to Cove. Your throat tightened. It was hard to meet Cove's earnest gaze again. Keeping secrets was hard. Yeah. By now, the two of you were on the sidewalk near your houses. It was time to part ways. You hugged Cove goodbye. Of course we hug him. You stepped forward and wrapped your arms around him tightly. You turned your head, resting your cheek on his shoulder. Ooh, okay. Bold. Jamie, that is bold. Cove stood there awkwardly with his hands at his sides. He wasn't able to return the hug, but you didn't get the impression he was unhappy about it. You were pretty sure it was the opposite. I mean, I can be sure about something, but... Oh, okay, he's blushing. He's blushing. Bye, Cove. See you tomorrow. Yeah, bye, Jamie. You pulled away and then jogged towards your house. When you looked back, you saw Cove making his way back home too. As if he felt your eyes on him, he turned around. He waved. You did too. Still felt a little unsure with what you were supposed to do about that deal Cove's dad had offered. You didn't want to say something bad or something you shouldn't. You had no idea how Cove would take it either. It would be terrible if it made him feel bad. What if he didn't want to play with you anymore? You might change your mind sometime. There was always tomorrow after all. But for now, it was definitely something that you'd keep to yourself. Okay, at least the game narrator is empathic towards our decision. With a final look, you went inside your house. Oh, and we get to the last part of chapter 1. Fireflies. This better be good, okay? This better be good and worth it. Tonight, we're gonna catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. I actually didn't eat macaroni and cheese for what I know, until I made it myself in high school because I was curious to know what it was like. Because it's not really food Finnish people eat. Like, everyone knows it's a very famous and popular and a lot eaten USA food, right? Right? Or at least I associate it with USA cuisine. But there's not really chances to eat, like no one makes it. So I tried it out, but it was kind of underwhelming. Okay, fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. The night was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Who are you? Oh, wait, what? Oh, you are you? You started eating faster. I'm gonna go with yeah. You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. That is cute. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we call Mrs. Last? Oh wait, I don't know what is going on with my head. I need a little break. I've been reading for 3 hours. It's starting to get to me. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Last? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Maybe he's gonna maybe he's gonna stay for the night, like have a little sleepover or something like that. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally, she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. She didn't hear why. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shadow for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Okay, we're gonna go. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while he waited there for their response.
There.
I just noticed, but mommy has like a piercing on her nose, and I think that is very cool. Yeah, I definitely like mommy better than mom. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look. Then mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in a triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Yeah, this was like for some reason the kindergarten I attended when I was a child. We were very particular about this one rule. Like they made sure we learned it. Like we had to learn it thoroughly to not eat while talking or talk while eating.
Fine.
And it stuck with me to this day. Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay?
Duh.
That's where most of them are. Okay, can we skip? Can we skip to the good part?
Huh?
You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Silo's flappy hat.
How are you?
What are you doing here, honey? Being patient and waiting to find out the reason for Cove's visit was difficult. You briefly considered leaving your chair, but when you looked up, there was a small smile on Cove's face directed at you. Ooh! If you tried to get down with him watching you'd trip for sure. Okay, that is relatable, okay? Or do something else embarrassing. Yeah, you tend to get clumsy like that when you're flustered, right? So you decided to stay put and smile back. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mummy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket. Eyes now drooped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye. Thank you. Hey, when did you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here, alright? Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Shadow gave Cove a friendly smile while holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Why is he so shy suddenly? Cove, are you gonna catch fireflies with us? Let's ask that. Let's include him. Let's just take initiative here, okay? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. It's not an outsider. Cove is our best friend. Like, on our priority list, Lizzie is below Cove, and she needs to learn her place. I mean, friends go above siblings, right? Siblings are secondary. You bit down on your lips shyly, hoping Cove could say yes, but not wanting to provoke Lizzie any further.
Yeah.
That sounds cool. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies burned out when we first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten it? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Yeah, Shiloh should stop trying, maybe. Maybe he should just stick to Lizzie, I don't know. A phone call from Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came over back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
This will be so nice. As you polished up the meal, you hoped it would be too. Okay, let's go. This is too much.
Bye.
Yeah, like goodbye. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the doors shut behind you, watching their figures get further and further away.
Hurry up!
You're so slow, Jamie. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. We get some alone time. We don't have to talk to the annoying kids. I hope this whole last episode will be just us with Cove, you know, because like that's what we are. It feels desperate right now. I'm like desperately going through these annoying long days trying to find like few good moments with Cove. You know? Isn't this supposed to be about our relationship with Cove? Are you not gonna come and you tuck him along? You walked with him. Of course we walk with him. You slow down, matching your steps with his, and watching the ground move under your feet. I think you like this. Cove glanced over at you, giving you a slow nod, with a strange look on his face. What is it? Nothing. Oh, he's blushing, guys. He's blushing. He's feeling flustered. By the time you two reached the hill, Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. I bet he's feeling shy and flustered because he wanted to spend time only with me, and then we were able to walk behind the other two, just the two of us. Bright winking lights floated like buoys on a wave. One drifted close enough for you to see the firefly at the center of the glow, and you looked at Cove, excited to see his reaction. He looked just as entranced.
Wow.
Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hey guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. You and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you, and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? He gestured to his head, and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow. Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. I don't care about Lizzie. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. I have never seen flying fireflies, I think. It's like one thing that always has been like, is this a myth? Because I don't think we have too many in Finland, like too many like glowing species. I think I've seen one, but it wasn't flying, it was just like laying on grass. But when I was a kid and I always saw this magical like scenes or movies or something, I was like, that must be fake. That can't be real because I've never seen it with my eyes. So that is one thing I wish like during my lifetime I get to see fireflies like fly around like this. I wanna see if that's real. I wanna experience it. Hello Stoic, welcome to the stream. You hummed as the group divided. Oh right. Okay, you had a bandage on your thumb suddenly. You had a bandage on your palm. You had 2 bandages on your hand, and you tried to be cautious on that. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. I mean, we want Cove to be worried for us, so I'm gonna have a bandage on my thumb. Alright, I'm doing actually okay. Today has been a good day, and I treated myself to a nice breakfast, which was pretzel and some grapes. and yeah, my mood is pretty good. I was able to have a slow morning, so I slept just enough, and then I was laying in my bed, and now I'm playing this game, and it's been annoying at times and boring at some other times, but I'm like chill. I'm chill. I'm cool as a cucumber. How was your work? How has your work been, and how is your weekend looking? Spotting one close by, approach it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem less like a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile. Docile? And you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clasp his hands around the firefly. Cove watched vanish into the thin air, with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. Of course, we are encouraging. We wanna like support him. We want to support him and make sure he has a great experience. You're right, it did get better. I got off work yesterday and I get the weekend of fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! How are you gonna spend your weekend? Do you have any big plans like laying on the couch and eating chips and playing video games or something? I don't know. I don't know how people like to spend their weekends. I like to spend my weekends at home. I think home is the best place to be. I'm gonna drink a little bit of my tea. You walked up beside him and gave him an encouraging smile. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at this insect, still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cole remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over the top of the ones you were holding open. Tingled! You stayed very still. You were so nervous, you thought you stopped breathing. But no matter what, you didn't want to scare the shiny treasure. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked! Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Jamie. His eyes and his locked together. What? Your eyes and his locked together while still holding hands. Wait for me to like ruin all these moments by not being able to read basic English sentences. I found an open position for stocking shelves at the local Walmart. There you go! That sounds better than McDonald's. I gotta say, if the pay is reasonable, I think just working on the shelves, like stocking shelves, sounds pretty good. Like compared to McDonald's. So, I think you should go for it. You got this, buddy. He suddenly pulled away. Oh, he's feeling shy. He's feeling all tingly. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone.
Sorry.
Why are these people now so quiet suddenly? Also, the music is not doing it for me. You forgave. Should we tear up? What if we cry? Should we cry a little? Then he's gonna like brush the tears away, right? Should we do that? Not only is it much better than being a cashier, but it pays more than the job I currently have. Okay, that actually sounds awesome. It sounds very good. I wanna forgive him and give it good vibes, but I kinda wanna see what happens if we tear up. Jamie, I'm really sorry, you don't have to cry. Let's get another. Oh, that is so sweet. Cry. Yes, I cried. That was so sweet. You decided to collect more. We can work together. Maybe we can touch hands. Maybe our hands will accidentally touch again. His face broke out into a wide grin. Just let it out. Yeah. We'll get a bunch. With your new vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you can focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. Don't kill them though. They won't be shining after that, you know? You want to keep them alive. Also wait, why don't fireflies shine because they want to mate? Why do fireflies glow? To find the mates. I mean, I guess you could like... It is a little weird. Understanding the phenomena's like reasons behind it. Like these are looking for sex. Now I'm making it really weird. But it's just like... And then people go there like, oh, look at these glowing things, when they're like just desperately looking for mates, like fucking Tinder or something. It's like, I don't know. But I guess there's like a lot of symbolism there too. Like they're looking for mates, just like these kids in the future. I don't know. I made it really weird now. I'm feeling dumb. Hello, Freaky Bob. At first you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. I mean, I always start counting with my toes. Once the toes are run out of, then you can't count anymore. We're having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Actually, no. You start counting with your fingers, then you count with your like toes, and then you can start over with fingers and then again with toes, and you know you can count how many cycles you go through in a way. I'm eating yogurt right now. What flavor? My favorite yogurt flavor is maybe blueberry. I also, when I was a kid, I very much liked this one banana flavored yogurt. Banana is like it's always a risky flavor because it might be way too sweet, and usually it is. Like I don't like banana in pastries, but there was this one that wasn't too sweet. It was just nice, like it was just subtle enough. But then I stopped eating milk products, and they, for some reason, they make all this exotic for Finland, exotic like flavors like mango and passio and stuff like that, all those kind of like vegan yogurts, but they don't do banana, and banana is like the most beloved fruit in Finland or something, I don't know. Why don't they have banana flavored vegan yogurts? I have no idea. Why do you make mangoes or something? No one eats mangoes in Finland, but you have like mango flavored vegan yogurt. Like, why is there no banana flavored yogurt? I'm upset. Chocolate, cause it's the only one we have. But that sounds delicious. Is it more like a pudding than yogurt, or are they actually chocolate tasting yogurts? Sounds interesting. When I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to eat chocolate puddings, and now I can't really afford them too much. Like it's not that expensive, but it's kind of like an extra. So I don't really see too many reasons to buy like chocolate puddings. Although there are some nice ones, like nice vegan ones that came to the markets like many years ago already. You're having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Jamie, this way! You follow the sound of Car's voice, to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There were a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Quickly, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success, with the both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually the fireflies began to thin out and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily and his face seemed really flushed. Yay! My favorite is vanilla yogurt. I'm with ecstasy when I eat it. Oh, but vanilla is good. Vanilla is good. I saw it earlier today in the store and I was thinking, maybe one day I could buy that. You know? I usually just I don't like to have too much food items in the fridge or in my closet because that will give me anxiety, you know? For multiple reasons, one of them being like, but I'm hungry, then I won't be able to decide what to eat, and then I will just be in anxiety the whole day. So I want to have only like 1 or 2 options for me to choose from to like save my to save myself from catastrophes. Mine is like layers. The first one is vanilla and then it's chocolate. I just said chocolate there. Ooh, layers. Oh, it's even better if the different layers are of a little different textures and the textures are just right, and it's very interesting food experience too. I love baking. Now I want to do like all kinds of layered puddings and stuff, but well, my friend's birthday is next week, so maybe I could make them something. I'll need to think about it. That was fun, a lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
Jamie, come, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie and Siler. Why did Lizzie, don't you see I'm having a nice moment with Cove alone? Go mind your own business with Shiler. You glanced over to see them birds standing on top of the hill again. Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. So annoying. I don't want to have anything to do with Lizzie or Shiloh. Have you guys ever seen like fireflies in real life? Have you seen them? Have you seen this kind of swarm of fireflies? I need to know if it's actually real. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. No, never, not even once. Man, I don't know if anyone has. We all draw these and we all reference like movies with fireflies, but I don't know if anyone's ever seen a swarm of fireflies. Have you watched a movie called Leon the Professional? No, I have not. I'll Google it. Leon the Professional. Oh, 94. Action film. My friend is playing very loudly music. I can hear the bass. Oh, there's like a choir? I've never heard. There's like a choir. I wonder if that's live music or is it from like stereos. I hope my neighbor isn't fed up with listening to me talking and that being the reason for the music. I stayed up last night watching it and now it's my favorite movie of all time. What made it your favorite? What was especially good about it? Like what made you specifically fancy this movie? You didn't care for what? He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so he thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi.
Go.
Hey Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
Oh no! The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Curve. I don't care about races.
Really?
I love my comics. I love comics. My favorite is Dogman, and I'm really happy because it's getting a movie. I hope the movie is good, because sometimes when people adapt comics or books, it doesn't work out. But let's hope it's gonna be a good one. Is it like animation or is it gonna be live action? That one is like, I have not seen a live action adaptation. Actually, I have seen a few that were pretty okay, but I feel like live action is especially difficult because, you know, you see all these characters and fashion and scenes that are actually like absurd or unrealistic, and then it gets limited by real life actors and stuff like that. I mean, you can use CGI and stuff like that, but it's still like the hype might not, you know, it might not work out that well if it's live action. Animation, thankfully, okay, that's good. It has good action, but most importantly, it has so much emotion and genuinely made me feel. Okay, if a movie makes someone feel emotion and make them, you know, moved, then it's a good start. It's a good start. I myself, we watched like this movie with my father in August that's called All of Us Strangers. Right? All of Us Strangers, that's the name of the movie, right? Yeah. It's from last year. Oh boy, we were very drunk too. We were very drunk when we watched it, but we were both just bawling our eyes out. We're just like crying out. Both of us just like ugly crying. And the rest of, like, I don't remember the ending of the movie because we were just crying and talking. Like, you know, it's such a good and vulnerable movie, and I think most people can find themselves in it. And so we were just doing psychoanalysis for the rest of the night, like talking about like life and like difficult subjects and stuff, and we were just like drunk and crying and talking and like praising the movie. It was such a good movie watching experience. I'd like to watch the movie again now sober. I search up Dogman comics to see what it is. Dogman comics. Oh, okay. I am not no idea. I was thinking of a completely different comic. Yeah, this would not work in any other form but animation. Yeah. It seems very cute. It seems very cute. It has such a cute art style. It sure has a lot of fans. I don't know if anyone knows it in Finland. I wonder. There are a few comic stores, surprisingly, in Helsinki. I should go and check out like what they have in there. What do they sell in there? That would be interesting. Really? Why? You don't have to? It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. It's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner whether you join in or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and he stood next to him. Calm down. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity to do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. Young Cove leaned forward to watch them go. Eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately he fell back to the grass, only dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. Those are one of the things, like rolling down hills and stuff like that. You know, sometimes me and my friends like sit down and we are like, we're being boring. And then we're like, when was the last time you did this one thing? And then we're like, actually I don't remember. Like one of the things being like outside on the street without shoes in the rain or something like that. So then we might like suddenly get like this inspiration of doing something unusual we haven't done for years, and then we go outside without shoes running in the rain or something like that. It feels really great. And this scene just reminded me of like, when was the last time I was rolling around in the grass? I don't remember. Do I want to do it? Yes, I want. It's already cold outside. You can't really do it in Finland anymore. I do it all the time at school, but you're not allowed in the grass anymore. That is so sad. Yeah. Another thing is like rolling around on the floor. That I do nowadays more. You know, I feel like, oh man, the music is just so good. Yeah, I think the music fits right now. The situation. I was about to say something. I feel like the younger I was, the more I tried to act like an adult. And once I became legally old enough to have autonomy, all the needs for pretending to be an adult like stop existing. And now I've been like in this healthy way of regression, where I just like explore childish like behaviors again, or just like, you know, I can pout if I want to, or you know, say stupid stuff sometimes, or enjoy little things, or have some cutesy keychains or whatever. It's kind of like, you know, I don't have to prove my age anymore to anyone, or try to make someone think I'm an adult or something like that. I can just be a child if I want to, because because there's really no need to do to prove myself to anything or anything like that. And it's boring to live with a stick in your ass all the time, you know. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills. With the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side, down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you had all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, was the situation. English. Holy shit, okay, it's finally done. Oh, man. I am tired of reading. My jaw is so tight, my throat hurts from talking. It's like the muscles and the tissues connecting all the muscles are just so tight. Speaking is hard. Even if I'm not reading, I'm staggering if you haven't noticed. It's because speaking is straining. Okay. The childhood is done. The childhood has ended. See, I cannot even fucking speak. Pystyykö mä puhua suomea? No, suomen pystyn puhua. Okay, then summer ended. Oh, it's Mom's! I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Curve, as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians in the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's scout out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
Because I know that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, you can't sit here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Whoa, those are the naughtiest and most unrealistic moms I've seen. What do you mean? Do you think they're hot? Oh man, all the parents have been so hot. I mean, all the three of them. Cove's dad and our moms. They are all three of them are so fucking hot. Which mom do you like the most? I prefer the left one. Do you prefer the left one too, or do you like the right one? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we just stay a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on the best puppy dog eyes. What should we say? Let's go with the puppy dog eyes. You like the left one too? I mean, she just... I don't know. Something about her is seductive. Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what?
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well?
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew you were very close to victory.
Okay.
But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. I mean, I think Lizzie should fuck off. I don't want Lizzie, the third wheel here. I want to be alone with Cove, okay? I want my alone time with Cove. I want to end my summer with Cove, not with this stupid sister of mine. Cove dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You sent him a small smile, which he returned. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at times and trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground, or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? And you silently made your own plans. We can't go too far, I'm going home. I'm silently making my own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over the cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! She's gone! She's away! We don't have to listen to her. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most out of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Are you going home too, Jamie? Cove was leaning towards the beach, and you could tell he wanted to stay out a bit longer. Of course we stay with Cove. What the fuck? Who the fuck goes with their sister? Whether romance interest is here. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as "follow me," and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the ocean. It was a good toss, that was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down almost straight after he tossed it. I'm gonna go with this. It sailed way out into the sea. We are gonna romanticize this friend of ours, okay? You looked for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. I'm very bad at throwing rocks, so I never try. But you know, this is a video game, and video games are supposed to make you able to explore impossible things such as romance and rock throwing. You found a shell that could suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were sure he couldn't feel it. I bet it has so much sand there. Ew, imagine the smell when he gets the cast off his hand. It's just gonna be like... This is gonna be so disgusting. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. He says, and I drink tea. And I don't hear them speaking, so I'll put the music down a little. How do you get it? Yeah, that's actually an interesting question. I was jet skiing. What is jet? Oh, right. It's like when you have like those water, like motor things. Cool. You immediately regretted saying that out loudly, your face heating up, but it was too late to take it back now. Cove looked a little taken aback by your outburst, but after a second he gave a small nod. You thought you spotted his cheeks turning a bit pink. That's not a little bit of pink, that's like obvious pink, that's like red and pink. He turned away before you could be sure though. Then he continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Whoa.
Oh. Well, that explains a lot. Cove let out a puff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. Anime pink, yeah. That's a good correction. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. That's great, we can sit together during lunch. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Oh, confident are we? Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet. Are we crying now? I mean, I guess this could be like emotional bonding experience or something like that. I wanna go home. The sudden sadness caught you off guard. Yeah, it does. You were so excited that Cove would be going to school. It made you feel bad that he was so upset about it. Well, I can walk back with you. Cove shook his head at the offer. No, I wanna go back. Oh, right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his own. Oh no, he's crying even more. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. Oh, you like it more than just like. You love having Cove here, Jamie. It would be sad if he had been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. The parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Okay. I mean, depending on where on Earth you live, you can swim during winter time too. In Finland, you have only like 2 months time to swim if you want to swim outside without being frozen. Maybe in some other countries the water is like warm enough. You had to say swimming did sound fun. You had to say swimming did sound fun even if it was already getting chilly out. Cove smiled and looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. Spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do, and sit with kids you never... Don't you have kindergartens? I mean, I don't know, there's cultural differences, but at least in Finland you always send a kid to kindergarten as soon as possible. So I mean, like, that's the norm. It's just a different institution, like no longer kindergarten, now it's just school. But then again, I didn't personally have any problems going to school. Like, the idea of going to school was like great because I felt like I was a little older. But I don't know, maybe some people struggle with it. Things changing is hard. I'll hold his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one he's cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. No, don't cry, I was trying to make you feel better. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before though, okay. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave a little nod. resting your head on your knees. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cobb would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely tried to help, in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cobb probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. Cobb is not impressed. Cobb is not feeling it. He's like, oh, your mom ruining our moment again? You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. You were reluctant to move, having enjoyed sitting together, but you were hungry. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself. My mom's calling, it's time for dinner. You should come. Cobb looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet ultimately, okay. When he smiled, Cobb returned with one of his own. Jamie, thanks.
Thanks.
You should have said that earlier, now I talked over the voice acting. That is not fun, that is not nice. It was nice, where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay here in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Okay, that was cute. Little broccolis flying across the screen. In between, what does this mean? I can change my look. Okay, I gotta say, we are gonna have to change this a little bit. If we are gonna make a Jamie Lannister, skin tone needs to be... Oh, we cannot change these things, right? Okay, Jamie Lannister can have a tanned skin. Okay, we need to fix this. We need to make a Jamie Lannister. So it's a blonde hair. Yeah, this kind of blonde. And then... Oh, the eye color cannot be changed either. I guess we just have to go with the alternative Jamie Lannister then. Damn, I thought we could change more, but we can't. Oh well. Done. My feelings were Cove. We are feeling nervous and crush. Yes, okay. We are relaxed. I'd say we are relaxed. At this point we are relaxed. And we have a crush. We are totally having a crush on him. Begin step 2 at relaxed crush. Yes. We have nothing to worry about. Choose to customize Curve yourself to let his prior experiences determine it. Or let his prior experiences determine it. Why? I don't wanna... We are gonna let Cove be. Personality or experience, I don't care. Cove, I wanna see what Cove ends up becoming because of us, you know? Relaxed start playing, step 1, 2 or 3 using the relaxed comfort level. Okay, I gotta say... I would love to play through Adolescence today too. But my throat is so tight, speaking actually hurts a little bit. So I'm gonna get this started, and then we end the stream, and we continue with Adolescence the next time. But what happened? Yeah, okay, let's save. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunsetbird for a while. At school he was alright, but kept his distance from other kids. From what you saw anyway. Youthful affection. Start playing step 2 using the crush interest level Steam achievement. I'm getting all the achievements here. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. That is cute. And that was just fine. You felt for him the same way you had always felt. Nothing changed. Except, as you got older, you were able to understand better exactly what those feelings had and still meant. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears he looked sad. Oh shit, maybe we should have changed his personality a little bit. This seems like too much work. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. I mean, it would be weird if he was like for like how many years is that? 5 years he was wearing cast. That would be a little worrisome. Like after 5 years I finally got the cast off. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and our athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks. But nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. We still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. I remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. I mean, I don't know if there is a single person who could call who calls their parent daddy or mommy after a certain age when names get like associated with whole new meanings. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. I mean, it is. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dads struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along with his work, if Derek had the time for it. This is a very long passage. This is a lot of text. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had to. The blurred background pictures are very nice in colors. As time went by though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. And shrimp. Okay, we're gonna save it here. And we're gonna end the stream. Oh yeah. It is very tiring to read light novels. I think 4 hours is like a great maximum amount of time to spend on a singular stream of this. I'm looking forward to seeing how the kids have changed. They are younger than I thought they would be, but I guess it makes sense if the next step is young adults. I guess that means like 20 years old. Maybe. Oh boy. Well, this was cute. The game is cute so far. Some of the moments were very boring for me though. Maybe they wouldn't be as boring if I was like, you know, playing on my own time, but I am not. So that is one thing. But I'm eager to see how their dynamic has changed. They're now in the cutie era where they learn about crushes and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to that next time. So I will probably be playing the game next week. Thanks for everyone for saying hi to chat. I need to go somewhere where I don't have to like talk and I need to eat. Thanks for everyone for saying hi in the chat. Anyone lurking, thank you for lurking. Anyone watching the board, thank you. You think your neighbors would complain about your yapping? You have like the quietest yapping. How quiet is it in Finland? The thing is, like, my apartment has, for some reason, this wall I share with my wall neighbor, I think there's like plumbing or something that makes it like carry sounds easily in certain parts of my neighbor's apartment. I think my neighbor has a bigger apartment than me, like maybe even double the size. But every time she walks to this one area, I start hearing her, and I'm very sure she hears me too. I think if I was able to somehow add mass to the wall, it would help. So maybe after I get a few paychecks. That is so sad. Maybe after I receive a few paychecks in a few months, I'll be able to afford like a few of those like soundproofing panels that add mass to the walls and like reduce echo and sound. And then the other thing is like, at least in Finnish buildings, this might be a Northern Europe thing, but at least in Finland, apartments usually have 2 doors to the like stairwell, towards the stairwell, and even if it was like a row house or a singular house that is like detached, there usually is 2 doors leading outside. So first door, and sometimes the other door is like on the other side of the door frame, so it's like a 5 centimeters, 7 centimeters like space between the 2 doors, for insulation and probably for fireproofing and also probably for noise reduction. My apartment doesn't have a second door. I have no idea why it doesn't have it. I was mortified when I first entered this apartment and realized it doesn't have it, because you know, I would love that. So I hear everything from the stairwell, and they will probably hear me. What I'm gonna do is, when I get my curtains back from my friend, I have my curtains were at my friend's place for this year when I was in Japan. When I get the curtains back, I'll set up one of them to separate like the entrance of my apartment from rest of the apartment. There's like an empty door, a frame there, so I could set it up there so that could block even a little bit of the sound, like muffle it even a little bit, because those curtains are like very thick material, like that the kind that blocks sunlight very efficiently. So it's very thick, very dense. So I hope if I set it up correctly, I'll be able to reduce a little bit of sound coming from my apartment to the outside. Like, I don't mind that much sound coming into my apartment. I'm more concerned about like people hearing me. But yeah. Anyway, my throat hurts and speaking hurts right now, so that is also a reason I want to end and stop speaking. But I'll be making a schedule for next week. This was this week's last stream. I won't be streaming tomorrow. Thanks everyone for joining me this week's streams, and I hope to see you another time. I hope you have a good rest of the weekend. Yeah, bye bye.